May the wrathful gaze of Allah fall upon the infidel this day. Mushallah, 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 Mushallah.
That was pretty funny. So I pulled up the stream so I could tweet it out, which creates an infinite echo in my ears. So it was just you saying "Mushallah" ad infinitum.
It's pretty good.
All right. Hey. We've never been more back than we are right now, people. Hey, Austin. Guys, Death Stranding is a go. Last time we played, we almost saw titties. Hey, Beasting. Hey, Austin.
Hey!
I'm not doing the ranked event, so stop asking. Yeah, I would have started a while ago, but I wanted to watch the start of the Denver preseason game because Wilson played the first, 3 or 4 drives. So I just wanted to see what was up. And I wanted to watch it upstairs. But I am here now for the rest of the evening, basically. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Yes! Get out of here, baseball.
Yeah, sure thing. No end to this rain.
Oh. I mean, Austin, what is fascism? What is the definition of fascism? It's using violence to get your way, right? So I don't think fascism is directly connected to an ideology. I think any ideology could become fascist if the people who have that ideology want to enforce their beliefs with violence.
The major issue with people thinking that fascism is right-wing is that you're listening to what communists tell you the definition of fascism is. When you actually study history, and especially when you study those who were leaders of fascist movements and fascist governments and fascist parties in the 30s and the 40s, then you start to learn that they've all got a couple of things in common. Guys like Mussolini, Hitler, and Oswald Mosley, who was the leader of the British Union of Fascists, got their start as Marxists, got their start as communists. One of the core tenets of fascism is that it's a highly authoritarian, centralized government that uses the power and strength of the military to enact total control over the populace and every aspect therein, especially the economy. Hitler himself, when he spoke about the tenets of Nazism, outlining it to other members of the party in terms of trying to plan out their doctrine and get themselves moving forward as Nazis with this new concept. He said that what we have to focus on with National Socialism is we need to focus on the racial component, not the class division, but the racial divisions of society, because if we focus on class, there's really no difference between us and Marxists, so we're going to lose to the communists by fighting them on their own ground. If we're going to achieve political power, then we need to focus on the racial component and the differences in race between society and not the differences in class between society. But there is at the same time a great deal of underlining the difference between races and classes also in society and Nazi ideology. For instance, when you think of the communist concept of the downtrodden everyman worker who was being exploited by his capitalist oppressors, can you really think, in terms of that propaganda and that whole political campaign, can you really not envision having the word capitalist replaced with Jew, and then imagine that it's the exact same kind of shit you'd hear Goebbels spewing? They're pretty much exactly the same thing. Now, people get caught up in a left-right dichotomy, but what the hell is the left-right dichotomy? Because depending on what country you're in, they view left-wing and right-wing as entirely different things. The important thing to remember is that fascism is very in favor of an authoritarian government with power centralized at the top in the hands of very few, with a centrally planned economy and high amounts of government influence, involvement, and control in every aspect of society. Now, what's the difference between what I just said there and what we've come to see with very authoritarian socialist and communist governments around the world? It's the same fucking shit.
Hi. Alright, let's go pick up a mission from this place.
Sam, check the terminal for available orders. One moment, Sam. We've just received an urgent distress call. Porter out on a run, been injured and can't make it back on their own. Looks like they were carrying schematics for a new autonomous bot prototype. We can't afford to lose those either. Check the order for details.
But anyway, here's Wonderwall. Okay, so I'm gonna stash some of this stuff here. I don't need any of this. So yeah, I'm pretty sure, I could be wrong, but Victor Wembanyama is now the highest rated rookie in 2K history. It just feels
Which is
so
just so
wrong.
tragic. It is. It's not anywhere near correct. Because we've got enough evidence by now to know that LeBron James is basically the best rookie in the entire history of the NBA in terms of straight up performance. Period. That being the case, 2K needs to think we need to be extremely careful if we're ever going to rate any player ever as a rookie higher than we rated rookie LeBron. Because that's just not right. Giving Wembanyama an 84 overall is tragic because the only thing we have to go off of is him dominating in EuroLeague, which is literally pointless bullshit no one cares about. And then him playing 1.5 Summer League games where he got fucking obliterated. If Wembanyama's an 84, why isn't Scoot a 92? What 2K is going to do is at the launch of the game, they're going to have a great deal of cards that they're going to make a lot of money off of for my team. With a bunch of 99 overall Wembanyamas. And by the time we're 3 months into the season, his rating will finally be brought down to something in the low 70s. At which point, they're not going to give a shit. They already made their money. And everyone's already going to have those 99 overall Wembanyama cards, so it's not like anyone cares.
Yeah, that's also kind of weird too,
Scoot.
though, Santi. Scoot being the same as LeBron is weird.
Scoot, at least you can justify him having a high rating because he actually played against NBA caliber competition because he went into the G League and actually did really well. So you can think, okay, his game should really translate over pretty good because he was playing against a bunch of guys who have been in the NBA and are NBA caliber talent. .78 may still be too high, because I mean that's just an overall. I don't know what his actual individual ratings are, but at least it's closer to fucking where he should actually be at compared to Wembanyama. I mean, how the hell is Wembanyama an 84 when he's like 7.5 feet tall and he blew a dunk in his first game? In like the most tragic, uncoordinated way we've ever seen. I'm sitting here like, dude, Boban is more skilled than this fucking guy around the basket. Are you kidding me? Holy shit.
At least they didn't give Wembanyama a 92 like they were talking about. There was a rumor at one point he was going to be 92 overall.
And that's probably because of the Summer League games that he did play. Brought him down to earth a little bit, so, you know, the only reason he's at an 84 is because San Antonio sat him the minute he had a game that wasn't pathetic. So yeah, at the rate it's going, we're probably gonna go into the All-Star break and Wembanyama's gonna be like fucking 68.
Santi, I don't know if it's possible to look this up, but look up what Anthony Bennett was rated his first season in the NBA.
Oh, that'd be real simple. It'd be, what was Anthony Bennett's rookie rating in 2K? Yeah, because there'd be a list of his 2K ratings for where he was placed and all that such. In NBA 2K14, when he was a rookie on the Cleveland Cavaliers, he was a 76 overall.
That's 2 away from LeBron. They must have just... I guess if they could do the LeBron rating over again, they'd make it a lot higher, but that just feels so long.
More than likely, yeah. It's also because, thanks to social media, and also just how much more popular 2K has gotten in the years since. You know, back in the day, 2K was like the simulation. You know, plus there wasn't as much respect for rookies. And most importantly is that social media has trained people to overhype the shit out of everybody to ridiculous fucking levels. The fact that Anthony Bennett was a first overall pick at all is why he was a 76. Like you said, 2 off from rookie LeBron. But everyone in the world knew that he didn't belong at that pick. Literally, the first reaction we hear to it is Ben Simmons who goes, "Whoa!" Like, it was the most obvious bust pick in a long, long time.
Oh my god, Mariner's pouring it on tonight, baby.
Would you say it's about time?
Yeah?
Would you also say that the Seahawks drafted a bunch of busts?
No.
Damn.
Don't think so.
We almost had him.
Oh god damn it. No, I'm in a truck. You guys can't mess with me right now. I'm in my truck. Screw you.
See, this is what I'm talking about, Austin. I enjoy Paradox Interactive games. My first Hearts of Iron game was Hearts of Iron 2. And I remember in Hearts of Iron 2 they had a very interesting system set up for how you could influence the people that would appear as possible agents you could have in your government. Is you'd have a series of sliders that you could only move in one notch, either to the left or the right, once every year. There was a 365-day cooldown. So you had lots of different kinds of notches. You had authoritarian versus personal freedoms. You had centrally planned versus free market. You had volunteer army versus heavy amounts of conscription. You had or no, it was professional army versus short training time or something like that. Lots of different things like that, and that was the point. Is that it wasn't just a left-right. You know, it's almost like that's a thought-terminating cliche because people just want to quickly label something as being left-wing or right-wing, so that they could just have a very easy way to classify something. But that's what I liked about the slider system, is that when you looked at it, when the game starts, the Soviet Union and Nazi Germany would have their sliders were almost at the exact same level, because they were highly authoritarian countries with very centrally planned economies. It doesn't matter that one group calls itself fascist and the other group calls itself communist. They operate exactly the same. But trying to say, you know, left wing or right wing, it's like you shouldn't be paying attention to that. You should be looking at what they do and then say these guys are the same. Now that doesn't matter if communism was right wing or that fascism was left wing. The only thing that matters is that they're the fucking same.
Man. So, what you got for us? Whoa, incredible! This will be a huge help. Thanks. You're not gonna even recognize the way station I've been through.
All right, we did it. Okay, it didn't do that bad this time, although still pretty bad. Hey, Nathan. Very nice. Is Victor at 82 the highest rated 2K rookie ever, Santi? That's why this is such a big deal, right? That's got to be number one ever.
Alright. All we need now is to get Jack to the map.
Yes. He will be the highest rated rookie in the game's history when it hits shelves on September 8th. San Antonio Spurs' first overall draft selection will start the year with an 84 overall, which was 3 points higher than the previous record. So, these are the other guys who, as rookies in 2K, were at least an 80. For fuck's sake. Okay, never mind. This is just some of them. Zion was in the 80s when he was a rookie. John Wall was an 81. Kyrie Irving was an 81. Greg Oden was an 80. Derrick Rose was an 80. Markelle Fultz was an 80.
Man, most of those are a fucking disaster.
Yeah.
Which I guess kind of goes to show how stupid the whole thing kind of is. But
Man, it sure feels good to be part of the UCA for real. We've been literally marooned on an island for way too long. I can't wait to reconnect with everyone.
your
at
question
HQ.
is, what was Thon Maker rated as a rookie? Because that's what Victor should be.
Up and ready to go like never before.
Michael Beasley was an 80 overall. Lonzo Ball was an 80 overall. Ben Simmons was a 79. Anthony Davis was a 79.
Good work, Sam.
And let me check what you just said. Thon Maker, 2K
Now would be a
rating.
damn good time to do it too, as they just sent out an SOS call. Info still
The
coming.
rookie, Thon Maker, was a 71 overall, which they actually lowballed him on because the season afterward, they revised his rating to 75.
New order available. Please access delivery terminal for further information.
Trae Young's rookie rating was a 77 in 2K18, and in 2K19, for his season, his sophomore season, he was an 85. I believe is the cutoff point for being called a star in the 2K rating system.
Sounds about right.
Weapons restrictions lifted.
I'm indifferent on Trae Young. I don't like him. I don't dislike him. I'm pretty indifferent.
I like his game. I think he's just way too cocky for someone who hasn't done anything. He's an extremely talented player, but you have to win important games before you can talk as much shit as he does. That's what I think.
And he's ugly too. Just putting that out there.
I'll give you an example. Now, Atlanta beat Miami in the first game of the play-in tournament this year. And then Atlanta got fucking waxed in their series. Trae Young got humiliated. And Miami made the finals. Trae Young still shit-talks Miami for winning that one play-in game. To me is baffling, because it's like, dude, fucking, it was one game, and look what the fucking team did. Like, show your fucking face.
Yeah. Curry was a 69 his rookie year. I guess he wasn't like the most hyped rookie because of all the injuries, but man, what an L.
Yeah, he was a 69 his rookie year, and then his sophomore season shot up to an 80. And he still really didn't get very much respect from 2K until they actually won a ring. That's when they finally bumped him up to the 90s. But yeah, it's kind of crazy because Curry, his highest rating he's ever gotten is a 96. Which I think is too low because he was the first unanimous MVP in the history of the league.
I guess they figure he's not good enough on defense to ever rate higher than that. That's probably the logic they use. That's all I can think of.
Yeah, maybe. I don't think it makes a lot of sense either, but what do I know? Didn't the Seahawks just play? Like,
Yeah, they're
even though
not
it's
playing.
preseason, don't you only have one game a week?
Yeah, could you imagine football players if they had to play a game every other day? They'd be like,
Yeah, I
dead.
mean, like, yeah,
By
pretty
week
much.
12, all
The
the players would be dead.
Seriously, the preseason is the only time I can imagine that making any sense. Because dudes play like one quarter, but
Even then.
what do I know, you know?
Even then. Goofy.
Yeah.
Yeah, see, that's just wrong.
Actually,
Clay being 75 out of the box when Curry was 69 out of the box. That doesn't make sense.
Yeah. No, I agree with you. A lot of this stuff. But at the same time, again, it goes back to, like, matter of fact, when was Twitter launched? So when Curry was a rookie, Twitter was still really in its infancy. It was created in 2006 and it didn't really take off until like Google's telling me that Twitter first quote unquote took off in 2007 during hold on. During the 2007 South by Southwest Interactive Conference, during the event, Twitter usage increased from 20,000 tweets per day to 60,000, which is still fucking pathetic, especially compared to the level of traffic it has now. So it still needed a few more years to really take off. So when Curry's a rookie in 2009, hardly anyone's using Twitter. Everyone's still posting on Facebook, like YouTube is barely a thing, and copyrights and all that kind of shit, especially the levels of marketing that we have nowadays with social media, not even close. But when Clay was a rookie, even though it's still not as significant as it is right now, things were still much improved compared to when Curry was a rookie. And again, that's still a few more years difference, where you have things like Curry's a rookie, and this is back in the days when 2K was competing with NBA Live, and 2K was like actually trying to be a simulation and trying to be realistic with ratings. And then NBA Live is gone, 2K is the only game in town, and now they're like starting to be more bombastic with a lot of different kinds of shit, and the game became a lot more arcadey, so people needed to have higher ratings so that they could constantly drain threes or dunk over 9 other people. Now, Draymond being a 61 makes sense because he was a second-round pick and no one expected him to contribute as much as he did.
Right. Yeah, I got no problem with that.
But since you bring it up,
Lillard was like 70, Nathan. Santi looked
Jokic's rookie rating was a 68.
Well, yeah,
Because
he's a
again,
fat
he
guy.
also was taken in the right. He was taken in the second round, and he was a fat Euro. No one expected him to be good. So he probably had the largest turnaround in NBA 2K history in terms of what his rating was and what it was at its peak. In 2K23, his rating's a 96. So that's almost a 30-point swing.
It's going to be in 2K24, but like if anybody ever deserved a 99, it's him. I don't know why they wouldn't make him a 99 right now. Like, we just had one of the greatest playoff runs of all time. Like, what are we waiting for here? He's a 98. I mean, close, but maybe he's just not elite on defense, so they can't give it to him yet.
Okay, so Jokic's improvement is one of the largest by far. But Giannis has... That's 37. Oh! Alright, never mind. The largest NBA 2K overall point turnaround from rookie year to their absolute peak. When you think about it, this one's actually kind of easy to guess. Hassan Whiteside.
That actually
In
makes
NBA
sense.
2K12, right, in NBA 2K12, the first year that he's in a 2K game, there's a 49 overall. And then he's an 87 overall. In NBA 2K17, his absolute peak. And that 38-point increase is just enough to be the highest ever. Because the other guys in the running tied for second place with a 37-point increase is... fuck me, that's a lot of guys with a 37-point increase. You've got... Jokic... No. It's 27. Oh, fuck. Let's do the math.
If Jokic started out at a 58 and got up to
Sorry.
a 98,
No. Yeah, sorry, I'm being an idiot there. Yeah, Jokic is just 28. Tied for second would be Giannis Antetokounmpo and Rudy Gobert. Giannis in his rookie season was a 60 overall. His absolute peak was a 97. There's 37 points. And Rudy Gobert also 37-point increase, was a 52 overall as a rookie, and an 89 overall at his absolute peak in NBA 2K18. So Hassan Whiteside number 1, number 2 tied Giannis and Gobert. So that's impressive when you think about it, because Hassan Whiteside number 1, actually American. And then Giannis and Gobert are both Euros. And Giannis was actually exactly a 60 in his rookie year. Big country.
yeah, too bad Whiteside moved out of America and went to Hawaii.
I'm pretty sure he's playing in the Mexican League right now. Doing that fucking Tom Berenger shit in Major League. Hey Taylor, what are you doing back up here? I couldn't cut it in the Mexican League.
Well, enjoy it. At least while it...
Speaking of which, what's Tom Berenger up to these days? He's 74. He'll be running for president soon.
Dude, I still can't get over that fucking Aaron Boone video. He looks so happy when he's mocking the umpire's strike 3 call. Ah, okay, there you are, I think.
Yeah, I saw a good meme. It was like, who did it better, Aaron Boone or Hulk Hogan? And then they got Hogan posing.
Position.
It's
Pretty
pretty good.
Looks like they're secure. Now bring them home.
Dude, I don't want to leave all my stuff. Hold on. Dude, you're gonna have to give me a second here.
Of course he knows who Nate McMillan is. He was a coach. I feel like he was a Blazers coach and made people insanely enraged as Blazers coach.
He was okay. He eventually went to Atlanta.
Then he was the assistant under Frank Vogel. Based.
The great Frank Vogel.
Exactly. Ugh. Yeah. Yeah, I remember Blazers fans were constantly screeching about how awful Nate McMillan was. And it was the inspiration for when Bond said that Viper's body was naturally lazier.
Oh, dude, you have got to be shitting on my life. What the hell?
I mean, when you think about it, can't you just tie him to the roof of the car?
Yeah, that's what I want to do. Like, what's wrong with that? What would be so wrong with that? I dare you to explain that to me. What? Oh, I don't have any crystals, so I can't... Are you fucking kidding me?
Wow. Why is this broad so fucking... This is outrageous. That crazy broad who's playing Snow White in the new horrible woke Snow White crap is saying that she thinks she deserves to be paid for every hour that the streamed online at the same level that she's getting paid to make the movie. Then there I'm like, what the fuck? Like,
Man, that'd be a pretty sweet deal.
yeah, it would be, and I'm sitting here like, there's a lot of people who are way ahead of you in line to fucking reap the benefits of that kind of shit. And she's just like, do you have any idea how annoying it is to sit here in this dress all day long? Like, oh, poor you.
Sucks to suck, I guess.
Basically.
Did she have to lose like 50 pounds in 2 weeks to play that role, like Christian Bale in The Machinist? I'm guessing no.
No. She just thought the dress was uncomfortable.
So apparently the women's soccer team, the U.S. Women's soccer team, cost $7 million because they negotiated for equal pay a couple years ago or whatever, and they only made about $3 million because they lost so early.
Yeah.
Hale is old as time.
I felt that somebody was bringing it up online. They were like, I don't think this has ever happened before in like the history of organized sports, where a sports team representing its home country was almost unanimously despised by said home country, to the point where home country was happy when they lost. I'm like, yeah, that's... Why? Why is that a thing that we have to go through?
Whoa. Wait a minute, so do I get to keep my stuff or not? Yes, I do. Wow. Okay, this is cool. Alright. I'll come back and we'll finish this zip line, but that's pretty cool. Be right back, everybody. Okay, we are back. Although I have... Oh. Okay, we are back, although I am having stomach issues all of a sudden. I feel a little bit funky. I don't know.
Sorry to hear that.
Man, this zipline is fire.
Well, your stream's running ads, so...
Oh, I thought the ads are over. Damn it. I try to sync everything up, so that doesn't...
No, it says it's still got 3 minutes to go for me.
What? On my end, there are... God damn it. I tried to run ads when I was upstairs, so this specifically wouldn't happen. God damn it. Anyway. Yeah, I don't know. But anyway. Let's see here. Where are we going? Wait a minute. Where did that put me? Oh, okay, never mind. We're fine. You've got to be shitting on my dick right now.
As is tradition.
Beginning scan. Scanning bridges ID. Verifying ID. Quick weapons restrictions lifted.
So anyway, to change the topic slightly, they've added a new killer to Dead by Daylight that actually looks really interesting. So once they actually put him in, we are probably going to have to check that out for at least a few days. The new map looks pretty good too.
Yes. The alien xenomorph. It's very interesting. They've added new abilities to interact with something new for survivors, which is really nice. One of the things survivors have, in much the same way that like with the Resident Evil killers, you have cases of stuff to pick up and deal with to make their power less effective. You have something similar where you could pick up flamethrower sentries that if the alien gets hit for a long enough period of time by the flame, then it knocks him out of his power, where he has access to a ranged attack with his tail. So then it knocks him out of that, so then he just becomes a regular M1 killer after that. But the new things I was referring to are actually much better than that, where there are on the new map steam traps that you can set up to cause the killer, when he goes through it, it slows the killer's movement speed down to the point where a hillbilly who's using his chainsaw sprint was slowed down by the steam trap. I was watching a video clip of this on Benjo's stream, and he essentially got slowed down to walking speed, which was crazy. Then you also have one of Ripley's perks, the new survivor. She can put a freezy bomb trap on a pallet, so that when the pallet is destroyed, the killer has their movement speed reduced the same way like that steam trap for several seconds. So instead of having the killer be stunned, they just move slower for a period of time, which is really, really interesting. I like having the new interactions like that. So I hope they go back and add some more stuff like that steam trap, you know, so some other thing you can interact with other older maps.
Could be interesting. No, I can't say I am drop top. Oh my god, I think that dude just fell to his death for no reason. He just decided he had had enough of this life, I guess. I don't know what that was all about. God, this thing goes on forever. Fuck it, I'm going the other way. This is pissing me off. I really do like the bowler gun. It is fun to use. Really? Really? God. You guys are really fucking annoying. If you realize that. Let's try to hit this jump. Nice. You hit it.
You have a gun with you that shoots bullets?
No, I put all those away. I'm trying to avoid using them for obvious reasons.
Come on, can't you just murder one person?
I mean, I could, but aren't the consequences disastrous? Like, you can't kill one person in this game. You always have to kill, like, 100 because of the nature. Like, I am understanding that, right? I think you're just trying to fuck me up, man. I gotta be honest.
I'm gonna check on YouTube because like the whole reason I want to see it is because I forgot what happens, and I'm certainly not gonna dust off this fucking game to try it out myself. So I'm just gonna do what happens if you shoot someone in Stranding.
Oh, I just drank my entire canteen at once. I didn't even know you could do that. many times do I have to teach you this lesson, old man? Oh my god, you guys keep coming. Just leave me alone. I have no beef with you guys. Have you tried being yourself? There's a new Foxford snacks.
Alright, cool.
Beginning scan. Scanning bridges ID. Verifying ID. Clear. Weapons detected. All weapons will be locked until departure. All clear. Welcome, Sam Porter Bridges. Decontaminating suit. Footwear condition poor. Replacement as advised.
All right. Porter man, you're good to go. That guy sure was quiet. He didn't say a whole lot when I was carrying him across the map. 16% damage.
You did good, Sam. Thanks to you, that porter's still breathing. We've also managed to complete a working prototype for a new type of autonomous delivery bot. Feel free to fabricate one for yourself. Be advised, however, that you can only have a single unit active in a given region.
That's pretty decent. Man, I don't know. This would be a weird ass movie. I don't know if I'm totally on board with that. All right, guys. I am having some issues down there. I'll be right back. Give me a few minutes here. Okay, guys, I'm back. Sorry about that. Was having some issues, but they have been resolved. Ah, yeah. Okay. Wolf, thank you for the sub. Welcome back. Thank you for the 7-month Prime sub. Thank you, Mad Wolf. Welcome aboard.
Your work is greatly appreciated.
Snacks, are you there, by the way?
Yeah.
Okay, I just realized I wasn't sure if you were AFK or not. So, what did YouTube tell you about what happens when you kill somebody?
Oh, sorry, I'm more. Well, when you shoot them, everything slows down. Then a talking Pete's roll appears. No, you shoot them, and then everything slows down. Some weird music starts playing. And then this funky little logo pops up about how, a long enough period of time.
Interesting.
Full horrifies BB even at the part of the game when BB is very resilient. Killing a group of enemies in rapid succession will send BB into autotoxemic shock. When this happens, BB is unavailable to help the player against BTs. The player needs to stop by a private room to bring BB back to normal.
Confused by the
Corpses
idea.
become necrotic. Corpses become necrotic over time. If a corpse isn't cremated, its soul will be released into the world. A BT is created. BTs can cause voidouts if they interact with people, including NPCs like enemies or friendly porters. These voidouts leave an enormous impassable crater for quite some time. The timeline for an enemy flatlining to a BT spawning is a few days of in-game time, though. It's not a high-pressure situation.
And you can get them to draw a furnace.
Yes. So, basically, like, a floating carrier can hold up to 2 corpses, a mule truck can hold 6 corpses, and they do not overlap with your cargo space, meaning that unlike other vehicles, a mule truck can hold its maximum capacity of corpses and cargo simultaneously without any need to compromise. The bridges trucks are highly effective. They can hold up to 14 corpses. So yeah, basically it's like the area of enemies for a lot longer than if you just knock them out. But if you were to stay there for a long period of time for some reason, you'd basically be screwed because they cause a localized void out which creates an impassable crater for a number of in-game days unless the body's disposed of, and to make it harder to properly dispose of the bodies after the few days, the BTs spawn in their location, and if those BTs interact with an NPC, like for instance the respawning enemy mules, then kaboom. But as long as you actually have the patience to take care of the bodies, the game Community generally recommends that you do murder people because then the mule camp will be empty for a much longer period of time.
Okay, so there is a trade-off there.
That's armor for your shoulders and legs. The downside is you'll have to wait.
I recommend you KO the sumbitches and then line them up in your truck and then execute them. Wait a minute, wouldn't that just be like the fastest, most efficient way to do it is to tie them all down in your truck unconscious and then drive the truck into the furnace?
I think you're onto something here.
Stand clear. Vehicle ready.
Order assigned.
All right, Mariners win.
Footwear condition poor. Replacement is advised.
I like how they're asking for me to deliver 32 of these things, but it's acceptable to only deliver one.
Weapons restrictions.
Like, what's something that you need 32 of, but one would be okay? Like, that doesn't even make sense. If you can make do with one, why are you being a pain in my ass, huh? Yeah, Toronto lost. We're half a game out, yeah.
Alright, time to move. Okay.
And the thing that really scares me about that is how mean people would be to Muslims if that happened.
Come on, let's roll.
Yeah, that's the real tragedy.
Still can't get over that fucking funnel video. Are you shitting me? And I'm gonna have to drop some motherfuckers. Hope so, Scarecrow Bar. That's the goal, ain't it? That's always kind of the goal. Oh, by the way, Scarecrow Bar, did you see the email I sent you last night?
Gotta stretch my legs.
Yeah, I don't know how I missed it yesterday. But sorry about that, and thank you.
Someone's happy.
Meaner than a concentration camp dog.
Okay. Okay.
I mean, I see the email, Scarecrow Bar. That's the only thing I see, though. But yeah. Anyway, Snacks, last time you were on the stream with me, you had just passed your thingamajig, right?
Yeah.
So, what are you basically doing now? I know you said there's like a second thing you have to pass in order to complete.
Yes, for the A+ certification, it's the Core 1 and Core 2, which is 1101 and 1102. You have to pass both before they get you your certification.
Verifying ID. Clear. Weapons detected.
What really sucks is that while I can study for the second part right now, I can't actually take my class for the second part now, because in order to get access to that, I have to wait for CompTIA to contact my school and to confirm through their own shit that I actually passed the exam and blah blah blah. Well, now here's the problem. It takes like 7 to 10 business days, and I passed my exam on the 4th.
Delivering cargo.
It's like, I got no idea what the fuck's gonna happen now.
But you gotta admit, you've already exceeded your expectations.
Sam, you know,
I exceed my expectations when I fucking roll out of bed every morning.
That's one way to put it. Hey Carson, how you doing tonight? I'm doing good. Yeah, I don't really remember that very well, Scarecrow Bar. Might have been a little on the nose for me to appreciate, but I doubt I was really unhappy about it.
New order available. Please access delivery terminal for further information.
Delivering cargo.
thanks for dropping by, Sam. Oh, just look at all this stuff. You're a lifesaver.
Yeah. Oh, that's a classic one, right, guy? The worst is when you're working at a pizza restaurant and somebody walks in 2 minutes before you close. Because then you have to make a whole pizza when you're supposed to be closed.
Hey, Sam, be careful, okay?
Good work. New order available. Please access delivery terminal for further information.
Ooh, 40-minute time limit, okay.
This particular type of armor can provide full body protection. It can be worn on the shoulders and legs, and however, it requires...
I don't need that. I don't care about that.
Remember, Sam, when the clock's ticking, speed is what matters most of all. Review your gear, only what you...
Yeah, I know.
parameters updated. Time limit set. Weapons restrictions lifted.
Alright. Let's see here. Oh, so these boulders just keep tumbling down the mountain, kind of ad infinitum. So recently, the people who attacked Andy Nujo, I don't know how to pronounce his last name, in Portland, who threw cement at him or whatever,
Yeah.
were actually found not guilty by a jury. And apparently the lawyer that the attackers had was a card-carrying member of Antifa. So I was reading a little bit about the details of all that. And it really kind of reminds you that Kyle Rittenhouse did the right thing. You can't leave these people alive.
100%. Like not even fucking close. It's not even a question.
Trouble may be on the way.
You leave these people alive,
You
they
know.
ruin your life.
Exactly. Better judged by 12 than carried by 6. Never put your trust and your faith in other people instead of yourself. Of course, when it comes to self-defense, the number one lesson that everyone has to keep in mind is that the safest place you could ever be is not
We're thinking you ran afoul of a local
where
cell.
the conflict is happening.
Former mules who took a turn for the worse. Stealing cargo doesn't do it for
So the lesson here is,
destruction.
if you're not an insane communist, stay the hell out of the entire state of Oregon.
You kept your cargo
If you for any reason have to go to the entire state of Oregon, stay strapped
Keep your eyes
and don't risk it.
Like, you read about the details of the trial, it's like a pure kangaroo court, and somehow... I mean, I don't know if you can appeal it to a higher court and eventually get somewhere where something can happen, but it's pretty bad.
No, because of the whole double jeopardy thing, if you're found not guilty, that's it. The appeals process is if you're found guilty. But if you're found not guilty, that's it. It's done forever. Because if there was an appeal, O.J. Simpson 1,000,000% would have gone.
team should have no trouble patching him up now. You're a lifesaver. I can't believe how fast you were. Hey, watch yourself out there. Be ashamed to lose someone with your skills.
Alright, that was pretty easy. Who's your favorite musical artist at the moment? I don't really listen to any modern music.
Wasn't an accident, by the way. It was an attack. Someone slipped explosives into a parcel we processed. Separatist assholes think this land is theirs for the taking. They may be right. Any one of us could have handled that package. Fuck me. We have to be more careful. Beef up our security. At least we didn't lose anyone this time. Thank you, Sam. Really. I hear the chiral network is coming along. Do you think the signal's strong enough to reach us here? I hope so. Give it a try, huh?
So, Odell Beckham tweeted yesterday that he saw the new Mel Gibson movie, and he said it was very profound. Is Odell going to get the Kyrie treatment now?
Sam, with the help of the chiral network, we've recovered experimental data which should provide a boost to our ongoing research and development initiatives. As a matter of fact, we've already made one breakthrough that can be applied to our weapons programs. Hematic rounds, anti-BT ammunition that utilizes the unique properties of your own blood. However, it's important to remember that with each shot fired, you'll be expending a small quantity of your own blood. And depending on the situation, you may be better off switching back to conventional ammo. Further details can be found in the list of equipment available for fabrication.
Non-lethal assault rifle. What does it shoot? Turds? Is it like the turd gun from Weed Shop 3?
It worked? Oh, that's great. We've been starving for info. And if we run into any more trouble, we can get the word out sooner. I can't thank
Yeah,
you
Santi
enough.
lives in the desert.
All right, Sam. There aren't any more stops to make before Mountain Knot City. But this last leg will be the hardest yet. Rest up at the private room and check your gear before you set out.
Your work is greatly appreciated.
So the Mariners are heavy favorites tomorrow, by the way. Because we've got Kirby going against another pretty mediocre pitcher. Yeah, there was a new Netflix movie that came out today called Heart of Stone I was kind of excited for, but apparently it sucks. Whoa, okay, that was disturbing. Get away from my baby, woman. Oh yeah, this is stuff that Snacks hasn't seen because he stopped playing the game right after the last thing I did.
Amelie!
Higgs and his people came. They finally reached Edgenaught City. There's no escape for me now. Everyone's dead, the city's destroyed, and what's left is crawling with BTs. They're everywhere.
Where's your Kipu?
But I was able to sneak away and reach out to you. This might be our last chance to talk like this. I just wanted you to know that I'm safe. For now. Promise me you'll keep building the chiral network. It's our only hope for the future. It's my only hope for freedom. And when you've finished, we can go back east together.
Amelie, your Kipu, where is it?
Sam, I'll be waiting for you on the beach.
So, per the new negotiated agreement between UPS and the Teamsters Union, there's going to be a $170,000 average annual pay to their drivers. I'm in the wrong industry. Goddamn.
The drivers
Yeah.
is referring to the long-haul truck delivery drivers, not the guys you see driving the UPS vans around town day to day. That's the big mistake a lot of people are making, is not understanding that. And it's news to a lot of people that truckers are paid so much money because, well, they're self-driving cars. Not paying any fucking attention to the fact that that technology, as they need it, is still a few decades away at best. They've been preaching that horseshit for a long time. The reason they have been is precisely because of the Teamsters Union. There has never been less qualified truckers in the country's history actually working. We saw during COVID how bad it can very quickly get logistically when truckers are not actually fucking making deliveries. It's a completely fucked up situation. So it's suddenly news to a lot of people. Holy fuck. Truckers are getting paid so much money.
That's more than I make. That's pretty juicy.
Right.
I know it's not fun to drive a truck cross country.
Do you remember years ago, before I got into construction, I was talking about thinking about becoming a trucker? It was because of that. The long haul trucking, the guys that do the really big long jobs, they get paid crazy fucking amounts of money. And those guys are getting paid that kind of money to drive somebody else's truck. If a guy's driving his own truck and doing independent deliveries for people, he's making significantly more. There's a lot of guys out there who own their own rigs who are making $400 to $500K a year.
Oh, that's crazy.
Yeah. So that's why I considered doing that kind of shit. But then it became a matter of, well, do you really feel okay living a life where you are driving a truck for 14 hours a day? That's fucking hard to do.
Back off!
And driving an 18-wheeler is not easy. It's
Lordy.
I mean, I've certainly never done it, and I
That's-
couldn't imagine doing it.
That's something you have to go to school for to get that license.
I have some new info you should hear. Recently recovered thanks to your efforts to expand the chiral network. It concerns BBs. I dug this up on my own, just to be clear. No one ordered me to look.
Well, that's very
And if
suspicious you
anyone
would say
asked,
that,
put
fat
it all
man.
on me. No need for you to deal with any blowback. You were just listening to me ramble on the wire, okay? Anyway, it looks like Bridges wasn't the first to bring back BB Tech. It was a group of separatists. Terrorists opposed to UCA expansion, according to the records. They started using them about 3 years ago. Right around the time Bridges 1 was putting plans in place to head west. Seems these separatists were having trouble with BTs too, and figured that if they could track them, they might be able to steer them into our path. When Bridges caught wind of this, the decision was made to fight fire with fire, to start using BBs as a countermeasure. It's possible yours was commissioned for that very purpose, a fact I think someone may have tried to conceal, judging by the absence of BB-28's service record. I always found it strange that we were so willing to utilize technology we barely understood. Now we know why. We've been aping methods and techniques employed by others from the start. There's more you should know. It's about the original Bridge Baby experiments. Piecing together what little I could find, it looks like they started around the time of the Death Stranding. They were conducted on the island of Manhattan off the East Coast, which was completely and utterly obliterated by what was almost certainly a void out. Back then, these experiments had the full support and approval of the American government. It's all just guesswork, but I suspect the BB program was conceived to help gain a better understanding of the nature of the Death Stranding. However, due to ethical and safety concerns, public opinion was strongly against the program. Still, they pressed on, and in their desperation to make sense of the greatest disaster of their age, I think they caused another. I should also mention that the president himself was killed in the blast. It was after his death, when he was succeeded by then Vice President Strand, that the experiments were suspended by executive decree. Documents were shredded, facilities were decommissioned, and every effort was made to pretend that BBs had never even existed. Which begs the question how some random separatist group was capable of resurrecting the tech decades later. I'll let you know if I turn up anything enlightening.
Sam, check the delivery terminal and review the list of orders.
Guys, I will be right back. Just give me a few minutes, and we will continue on. Okay, we are back, everybody. Thank you for hanging with me. Now we continue on. Okay.
The people of Mountain Knot City have a pressing problem that needs to be addressed. A tar-like substance has been bubbling up from beneath the ground near them. They're seeing more of it by the minute, and it won't be long before it spreads into the city. There have already been reports of ejecta inside the outer walls. If nothing is done, the whole city might be swallowed by a sea of tar in the near future. There's an order from Mountain Knot City. Check the details on the delivery terminal.
I'll knock this one out first, I guess. Yeah. Okay.
Stand clear. Vehicle ready. Order assigned. Beginning scan. Footwear position. Keep on keeping. Placement is advised. Keep on keeping on. Weapons restrictions lifted.
Okay.
Keep on keeping on.
Carson, I don't really care. I'm pretty indifferent. Oh, really? On. Get up there. I don't know why running backs are so mad about how they're not getting paid lately. Lamar Jackson got the biggest contract in NFL history earlier this offseason. Running back lives don't matter.
Stretch my legs.
Crap. Dude, why'd my game freeze? Come on, I'm not doing anything. Come on, kiss my ass. My fucking game froze. I better not have lost very much. I'm gonna be pissed. Yeah. My game crashed. Cool.
Sorry to hear that.
Who do I sue over this one?
Everybody.
Beginning scan. Scanning bridges ID. Verifying ID. Clear. Weapons to... All clear. Welcome, Sam.
Take care of this now.
Beginning scan. Hardware condition. Replacement is advised. Weapons restrictions lifted.
Wow. All Seawald went from a team that was suddenly surging to a team that is dying. That's gotta suck. a safety or something. I don't know. Instead of being a running back, be a safety. That's what I would do.
That's a big one.
Fuck you, Baltimore. If you don't like it, you can shove it up your ass. That's right. Shove it up your ass.
No, it was shove it up your ugly ass. You heard us right. Shove it up your ugly ass.
I'll be right back.
Okay.
Weapons detected. All weapons will be locked until departure. Cargo decontaminating suit. Footwear condition poor. Replacement is advised. Battery low. Please charge vehicle.
Oh, there you are. Everything all right? We really appreciate all your help. I hope you know that.
Right.
Oh, and whenever it's convenient, you ought to grab this thing I got for you. A token of our appreciation.
There be a pocket pussy.
Watch your back out there.
Remember when
No one else.
Prince was the artist formerly known as Prince?
Good work. New order available. Please act.
That firearm can be loaded with hematic rounds. It's fitted with a dot sight as well. Should improve your aim.
Be advised, Sam. The case for that antimatter bomb was not designed for long-distance transport. The magnetic traps that keep the antimatter sequestered are delicate. A powerful impact, balanced carrier. There are all kinds of ways the traps could fail. Any abnormalities detected within the case should trigger an alarm. If it goes off, you're doing it wrong. And if the bomb goes off, we'll have a disaster on our hands. The kind we can't come back from.
Stand clear. Vehicle ready. Order assigned. Footwear condition poor. Replacement is adopted. Eyes. Weapons restrictions lifted.
So Ty France is the first player in MLB history to hit into 20 double plays and get hit by 20 pitches in one season. Pretty amazing.
Thought you were gonna say in one game.
And you have to hit a dude like 3 times before he lost his mind. Like, you hit a dude with a pitch 3 times in a game, it's over.
Well, I mean, I don't think there's ever been a game where there's been 20 hit by pitches in total for both sides. Because at some, like after 3, that's when the ump starts handing out warnings, and once the 4th one comes out, that's an automatic ejection. So if they still keep happening, it's like, okay, fuck this, game's over. I gotta check now. What is the MLB record for most hit by pitches in a game? The all-time hit by pitch leader for an entire career was a guy got hit 287 times.
Was it Barry Bonds?
No, Huey Jennings.
Not familiar. Must have been a
Just
douchebag.
some guy who, yeah, some guy who probably retired like before the 1900s. The all-time MLB record for the most hit by pitches in a single game. Now this is in total. This is not for one player. This is in total, like I was saying. 7. And it's happened 5 times in MLB history. The oldest time, June 20th, 1913. Because you can't have that many people get hit by a pitch before the umpires shut it down completely.
Right on. So, a couple days ago, the Mariners were playing the Padres, and the leadoff hitter for the Padres stole 3 bases in the game. They put up a graphic that said the franchise record for steals in a single game by a Padres player is actually Tony Gwynn with 5, which surprised the hell out of me. I did not think that Tony Gwynn was the guy who was going to steal 5 bases in a game.
When he was younger, way back when the Padres for the first time were wearing brown and yellow, he was a hell of an athlete. Hell of a good dude.
No, Raga, I don't. Neither do my parents, so there's really no opportunity for me to even consider it. Yeah. So I'm carrying an antimatter bomb in my truck, and if I do drive recklessly, the bomb will go off. I'm tempted to just drive this truck off a cliff one time to see what happens. So turn the stream on, because I think I'm going to go ahead and sail it down mid.
Alright, I'm watching.
Alright, let's see here. What do I want to do?
That'd be hilarious, wouldn't it? Like, you're just fucking driving, and you just summon Higgs, and you're like, you know what? I've come around to your line of thinking.
Alright, let's see here. What's the best way to do this? I can just, like, crash it right into a rock. Oh, there we go. Oh!
Oh, Akbar!
That was pretty good.
Nice.
Replacement is advised. Morning, Sam. Gotta be careful with this one.
Yeah, this game should have a karma meter. When you kill people, you lose karma. And then, at a certain point in the game, you can decide to side with Higgs.
You know, I'm actually surprised that they didn't do something similar to that, because I don't know if you remember, but in the Phantom Pain, it wasn't really like an overt thing. But if you killed enough people, you actually would become permanently bloodied, and your the shrapnel that was lodged in Venom Snake's head would enlarge 3 times in size and become a horn-looking thing.
Really? I don't
To
remember
try to-
that.
To try to make you look like an actual demon is because you needed to kill an absolute shitload of people. So you would have to intentionally work hard in order to get it. It was something like you had to kill 1,000 people or something. Which, in the grand scheme of things, for a video game, it doesn't sound like much. But then think about what it was like actually playing Phantom Pain. You'd have to kill almost everybody that you came across to get to 1,000, and you'd have to do a bunch of repeatable missions over and over again. And remember that time that Mike Tyson broke his back? He said it was spinal. I'm really not a fan of chewing tobacco. Because chewing tobacco killed my grandfather from cancer. And, as I brought up a number of times, but I don't know if the people in stream right now have heard the story or not. But speaking of Tony Gwynn, my family is actually family friends with Tony Gwynn's family because the first time he got cancer, and he beat it, but you don't get rid of cancer forever, eventually it comes back. But the first time he had cancer, my mother was one of the nurses on the team of people who were treating him for his cancer. So our families became really close through that whole process because my dad was a huge Tony Gwynn fan, has been a San Diego sports fan his entire life. So because of that, you know, as they're just making small talk during treatment, my mom mentions that. So, oh hey, I'm always happy to be a fan, and then, you know, next thing you know, I'm calling him coach. All that kind of shit. So yeah, I really don't like chewing tobacco because it killed two really important people. On SDSU's campus, I'm like, wow, Snacks, you know Coach Gwynn? Yeah, I call him Tony.
Beginning scan. Scanning bridges ID. Verifying ID.
Alright.
Weapons detected. All weapons will be locked until departure. Decontaminating suit. Footwear condition poor. Replacement is advised.
Okay. Very nice. Now I should just chuck a grenade under my truck to blow the antimatter golem up.
Can you imagine if Higgs put like a fucking old-timey, like 3 sticks of dynamite attached to an alarm clock? Just like, what is this, fucking Roadrunner? Boom!
Delivery complete. Displaying performance evaluation.
Gonna be like 99%. Oh my god, 76%. Oh my god. I wrecked that thing. Wow. I'm lucky to be alive.
Man. Imagine if you sent one of the robots to deliver it.
What are you doing, Bridges? That network you're building is carrying some nasty stuff. Stuff nobody would want anywhere near them. I thought you people would have figured that out by now. We want no part of your chiral network or the UCA.
That voice. Is that you, Mama? You hit your head there, Mama?
I'm not yours, and yours is no kind of mother.
All right. Enough games, Mama.
I don't think you heard me, mister. Mountain Knot City is telling you and the UCA to take a hike.
What the hell's going
You
on
people
with
keep
this
doing what
hoe?
you're doing, and you're gonna put us right back on the road to the Death Stranding. We didn't ask for you to come and tell us how to live our lives. We'll decide that for ourselves, thank you very much. All we want from you is the occasional delivery. Nothing else.
So you speak for the city.
That's right. I'm in charge. The name's Lochner.
Lochner? Hold up, I need to talk to you. You're a technician, right?
Look, go home and don't come back.
Listen to me, damn it. I need your help.
Well, we don't need yours, Bridges. You're only making things worse.
Scarecrow,
Had to deal with that, Sam. She's the boss over there, and she's not afraid to lay down the law.
a lot of that has to do with,
We've lost too many others as it is.
exactly like you said,
Not City, the
just
Chiral
being
network,
ready
and
to
the
go.
UCA will never be complete.
What now?
So, here's the
Because,
thing.
I've been reading up on this thing, they call it broken heart syndrome, where,
Former Bridges won. Went west with the others.
old people, when they've been married for like over 40 years,
Mama's got her
and their
real
spouse
name.
passes away,
That means
and then they die within like a week
both have
after.
dooms and both are scientific geniuses. Mama's primary field of expertise is applied physics. Lochner's is theoretical. Mama designed the qubit hardware. Lochner, the software. They said they could converse over any distance. Said they had a special bond that led them. I don't know how that's possible, but I'll tell you this. There wouldn't be a chiral network without them. They were so close that some said they were like one person in two bodies. Might be why they were able to develop the qubit. But they had a falling out after Molingen's accident. Lochner left Bridges and cut off all contact with us. I don't know what happened. But if we don't bring Lochner around, our plans to make America whole again are finished. Not that I'm asking you to stick your nose in their personal business. Though if you did, it might help us figure out how to bring Lochner around.
Well, yeah, but that was dying of shock because
Our
Trump
plans to make
was
America whole
elected.
again are finished without her. In the meantime, if you've got any bright ideas, feel free to give them a shot.
Good work.
Didn't like the day after Trump got elected, Fidel Castro died?
I think it was that immediate.
Let me check. When did Fidel Castro die? About 3 weeks. Or 2. 2. Then, the day before he got elected, Janet Reno died. She had said, like, a few months previously, she was like, Donald Trump won't be elected president in my lifetime. She died the day before the election. Good stuff.
Oh, I just realized I can't use this place because that woman's being a bitch. So I can't even use this place. God dang it. Okay. Well, that is
That's right.
a tremendous pain in my ass. Find a way. Why are you gay?
If not, you might be missing out on valuable information.
What?
Priority mails
Why
have
are
yellow
you
subject
gay?
lines, so be sure to look
Oh.
out for those at least.
Even
Maybe try
BTs
catching
have
up
weak
on your next
spots.
break.
Even corporations are people.
Even 9/11 has airlines.
Their affairs together. Have you seen the Mike Pence campaign commercial?
No. Is it the one where he says that American suffering is not his problem? Or whatever it was.
Hold on one second. Let me find it.
Scarecrow, you gotta make sure that your last words are, "My ancestors are smiling at me, Imperial." And you say the same.
All I can find are the videos making fun of Pence for the commercial, not the actual commercial. Okay, I just sent it. Yeah, big country.
This is hilarious. Remember $2 a gallon gas? He's taking credit for the shit that the guy that he disavowed did. What a cocksucker. Like, you can't sit there and be like, Donald Trump is a threat to democracy. But you know, we did have $2 a gallon gas while he was president. So I'd like to take credit for that in my new campaign. What the fuck?
Oh, the really funny thing is, if you listen closely to the background, you can hear the gas pump trying to get his attention. It's something like, you know, please input which gas type you want. So he's not actually pumping gas, which I guess is kind of obvious. But the thing is, the gas pump is literally like hassling him because he didn't push the button for what type of gas he wants.
Alright, I gotta keep watching it. That was pretty funny hearing it beeping. Plus, you know, he's not squeezing the handle or anything. Like, it's just so obviously fake and a campaign ad, which is just stupid because it's like, who the fuck told him that this would be a good idea? But the most astonishing thing, other than what I've already brought up, that on the one hand he would disavow Trump, and on the other hand try to take credit for Trump's accomplishments, and run off of the strength of the Trump brand while simultaneously disavowing him at every opportunity, just bafflingly tone deaf. The craziest part of this to me is what he actually says. That his Pence energy plan will outline a path so that by 2040 America will reclaim its role as a leading producer of energy on Earth. Which is astonishing because it was less than 4 years ago, before COVID happened, when America was already the leading producer of energy on Earth. So Trump did that in just the 4 years that he was in office. And Pence is saying it's going to take him 16 fucking years? What the fuck?
Out of juice.
Because I mean, I'm willing to bet that, you know, part of that is him trying to make a statement about how badly Biden has fucked America's energy production, that it would take that long to fix it. However, if it would take that long, I feel like we wouldn't even be having this conversation right now because the entire nation's electrical grid would be down. Essentially non-existent. Like, pretty much the only thing you would have to do is just undo everything that Biden did. Which, you know, it sounds like that might take some time, but I mean, Trump basically undid most of what Obama did within his first week. Literally, the only thing you got to do is just sit there and say, okay, all these different regulations that are not laws, but were in fact executive orders. Executive order, you could just make another one that cancels the previous one out. So they could sit there and say, okay, you guys were told you're not allowed to drill for oil here. Go ahead. Go fucking crazy.
And, a lot of people made the smoke detector alarm joke, too, because he was ignoring it.
Oh, that's pretty funny. But yeah, hearing that fucking thing beeping at you the whole time, it's like, it's not like he and the fucking crew who are helping him produce this fucking catastrophe don't hear that.
They probably don't know
what's
going
the
on.
actual Exactly! Considering, look, he's driving a fucking truck here. Now, I'm willing to bet that Mike Pence doesn't actually drive a truck, and that this actually is not his truck. Because I really just don't think that Pence would be driving a red truck, to be honest with you. How often do you even see a truck in that fucking color in the first place? Vast majority of trucks on the road are either white or black.
Isn't red the color that always gets pulled over for speeding because it stands out more?
Yes, exactly. It draws the attention more, so when you're speeding you get pulled over more often. So, anyway, my point is, a truck has a large fuel tank. If this guy is getting paid hundreds of millions of dollars by neo-cucks nationwide, why don't you just actually fill up the fucking thing with gas? Because you know what you could do by the end of it? You can make your point and all that kind of shit, and then have the camera pan over to how much it fucking costs to fill this fucking thing up with gas. That's a real campaign ad right there. Be like, hey, remember when that wasn't even remotely fucking close? Good lord. Trump bootlickers are the dumbest people on the planet. They mad at Pence for not wanting to be...
Oh, that's not what it is. I mean, I'm not really mad at Pence for the January 6th thing, because I don't think him doing that would have changed anything. He would have kicked it back to the electors, and the electors would have just sent it back. It's not about that. It's about the fact that he's just the wrong man for this job right now, for this time right now.
Yeah, Pence is not even remotely qualified.
I mean, he's just very milquetoast, and that had its, place. That had its place. but it's just not what we need right now.
Yeah.
Martin Shkreli really doesn't like Vivek. He was actually talking about this recently. There are things I like about Vivek, but there are some things I really don't.
Good morning, Sam. Blood collection complete. Thank you for your generosity.
I'm pretty sure when Pence was picked as Trump's vice president, he was on track to actually lose re-election in Indiana. So there is something to be said for being ungrateful to the guy who saved your political career. Like, you were, what was he, was he the governor or the mayor of Indiana? I can't remember.
He was the governor.
Yeah, but if I recall correctly, he was on track to potentially lose his re-election for governor.
It looked like it was going to be close.
Mm-hmm.
And when you think about how massive the lead was for Trump on election night 2016 in Indiana, it being close should not have even been a thing.
Okay. I
Because
don't know.
Trump won Indiana by like 20 to 30 points, and then Pence was looking at like it was going to be like maybe within 5 points.
So I don't know. I actually don't hate Pence, but he's just not the right politician for this time right now. And maybe never again, but I don't hate him. Indiana's not that red, right, guy? Obama won Indiana in 2008, granted by like 0.3%.
It's because Indiana's part of the Rust Belt, and as a result, you've got a lot of blue-collar workers there who are used to voting Democrat, but Indiana's kind of in the lead. And what I mean by in the lead is I mean like they were one of the first to really flip over. I think Ohio now is probably deeper red than Indiana.
Yeah, Ohio's pretty definitive at this point. Right. Granted, that was 2008. A lot has happened since 2008. But I wouldn't compare it to a state like Montana or Utah where everything's just guaranteed.
Or Kentucky.
Oh yeah, so I don't know very much about how Baldur's Gate 3 plays, but are you interested, Snacks?
Yeah, I really do think I have to upgrade my computer.
You're probably right, but I actually don't even know if it plays like Diablo. Does it play like Dragon Age? Does it play... I actually don't know.
Our little secret. I got my hands on something special. I might later test some when you roll them. A toast to Lisa. And to you.
All right.
Not bad.
Kind of plays like Dragon Age 1. Dragon Age 1 was a great game, so I would not mind that.
We are reinventing how people waste food. What a line.
About that, JS, I built my PC 2.5 years ago, and I spent $4 grand on it. Now I bought everything, like the, screens, the keyboard, mouse, etc., etc. So that made it more expensive. But still, I don't know if that's true. I don't think you could spend $4 grand on a Mac laptop.
Well, MacBooks are just horseshit anyway.
Oh my god. Wow.
What?
So that quest I did to reunite that married couple, and then I got that mail from the dude a little while later saying how miserable he was. Well, the wife was miserable too. I just got a mail from her saying that she hated him so much she walked back to her mother's place in the rain.
Wow. Wow. Yeah, women suck.
Wow. That is fucking brutal, man. Man, Kojima is very black-pilled.
Wow, check this out. Refurbished MacBook Pro 16-inch M1 Max. Refurbished. Still selling for $4,700.
Wow. What are you paying for, man? Does it come with like a mechanical vagina that you can stick your dick into?
Hey, you can't put a price on having the Apple logo.
Talk to Mama. Okay, where's Mama? Mama's lab, okay. Okay, let's try to use the teleport system. I've never done it before.
I hate when I accidentally have gay sex. You know, I've never voted Democrat before, but I have heard that some people accidentally, if they were voting on a machine that had a touch screen, they may have fat-fingered the wrong vote. I've heard that happen. If you look at a 2012 map, it looks weird. Obama won Ohio, Iowa, and Florida. All three states are solid Republican now. The real red pill is realizing that they were solid Republican before, too, but 2020 is not the first time that they cheated.
I mean, also, Florida barely went red in 2010, which is the biggest red wave ever. So the lesson there is that things can change very quickly.
The lesson there is that when you can hear the smoke alarms in the White House chirping from states away, they'll do anything to get rid of the guy.
Alright, okay. Where was Mama? Alright, let's just do this. This will be good enough.
Ready to take the plunge?
Oh, you have to leave all your cargo
The only things you can
behind.
bring with you is yourself. And maybe a few other trinkets that are really important to you. Okay, close your eyes. Picture your destination. Hold it.
You can't win fair and square when one of the rules for the election is that you're actually born in this country. He's from Kenya.
He only said that to try to win the Kenyanese vote.
Exactly. I'm just trying to get fucking killed. I liked him because he was black. At least you're honest.
You know, that's actually... Didn't Biden get in trouble in 2008 because he said Obama was articulate? And I guess that's like a racist dog whistle or something?
I can't remember the... the only gaffe from around that time I can remember is when he was very fresh to the vice presidency. Because... some CNN reporter was trying to ask him a question, and the CNN reporter was of Indian descent. Subcontinent India, not Native American India. And Biden thought he was there as a bag boy. So when the guy came up, he was like, "Mr. Vice President, could I ask you a question for CNN?" Blah, blah, blah. And the guy was like, "Oh yeah, my bag's over there. Could you check my luggage?"
Okay, sorry I was gone so long, guys, but I am back. Let me make sure Snacks didn't get me banned while I was gone. Okay, yeah, we're good. Okay, we're good.
By the way, I'm evil.
Yeah, we know.
Oops. By the way, Dingleberries, I'm no longer in the stream because I was going to go do something else, so I wanted to limit my internet usage. You know how Chrome is.
Okay.
So I'm just not watching anymore, but I'd still like to think I'm participating.
Yeah, you're fine. Don't worry about it. You are good. All right, Mama. Let's see those titties.
Hey, Sam. Thanks for coming back. Got something for you. These are your new cufflinks.
She comes on strong.
They still work as a terminal, but I've added a weapon function. I was able to redesign everything from the ground up after the last connection.
No weapons too now.
That's right. Cord cutters. I should explain. BTs are connected to the other side.
Oop me, that was fast.
That's right. When those cords bring
You
the
ordering
matter of
food?
our world into contact with the antimatter
No.
layers, boom.
Loaded in at the end. I already got food. I actually, let me make sure this isn't just a local joint.
Just as Deadman theorized, your blood does have unique properties. It can be used to cut a BT's cord. So, I've added that function. Cut the cord of the
Dude,
BT.
please don't
and it
fucking
turns to
fight this stupid shit.
no
Son of a
BT,
bitch.
no void out.
You motherfuckers are dumb.
These things can cut them loose.
If you can get close enough without them noticing, yes.
Cord snipping, super handcuffs.
Right. Let's try them out. Cord connecting us.
Anyway, mentally occupied, so I'll finish my thought in a minute. But I had some good stuff. It was enjoyable. I'll talk more about it once I get the chance.
She's sound asleep. I made sure she got plenty of milk. Just do it. Please, Sam. Set us free. This world was never hers, but all the same, I didn't want her to leave it. Even though she's already lost. Truth is, she's not really my daughter.
The attack and everything, that was all a lie.
No, that part was true. My ovaries can't produce eggs, and Lochna has trouble with her uterus.
Oh my god,
Long
why do
story
we
short,
care so much about the ghost
neither of us
baby?
can have children. I was alright.
We don't.
I mean, children. Who needs them? I thought. But my sister.
Dude, even if it's a ye, they have no fucking CC. Why are you concerned?
Someone to carry her genes. She fell in love with another member of Bridges, but he died in an accident. She was devastated, of course, as was I. Back then, strong emotions like that, I could feel hers, and she could feel mine. When I
Didn't really need that from you, but okay.
And I went to her and said, let's have a baby. We took one of Lochna's eggs and fertilized it with his frozen sperm. And I carried it to term. A healthy baby grew inside me. But then there was the attack. And our bond was severed. I wanted to tell her. But I was bound to the child. I couldn't just abandon her. But I was wrong. Lochna needs to know.
Go away.
The episode breaks some ties to forge others. Keep me tied to everything. If we're going to reconnect...
Oh my god, why the...
Don't anybody in stream ask me what he's doing.
Please, Sam.
Because I don't know either. Hey, EC Cap, what's up? Yeah, they sure did.
Do it.
What the... Wow. Wow, okay, okay, yeah, Snacks has no idea what's going on. Dude, I just got a button prompt to cut a ghost in umbilical cord. I am not kidding. I have a button prompt to cut a ghost umbilical cord. I'm not joking or exaggerating. Wow, man.
Alright, Sam. Take me home to Lochna. Sam, would you set me up? I haven't been outside in a long time. It's just too much to take in all at once.
You sure? Thought you might be claustrophobic after your time in the rubble.
I'll be fine, so long as I can see out of the bag.
I actually don't know if Snacks can hear me right now, so he may have missed that. But I gotta tell him about that when he comes back. Because I don't think he got this far in the game.
I heard.
Okay.
Just muted my sound and such.
Yeah. That was something I've never done before in a video game.
Lucky you.
Perform an extremely late-term abortion?
I mean, I was cutting an umbilical cord.
Is that what the kids are calling it these days?
Let's go.
All right. Okay, I'm doing the part now where I'm carrying Mama in a bag. Oh.
I had a special surprise present everything. But it looks to me like your hands are full. No biggie. We can always tweak the rules a bit. does not get eaten. Sound like fun? Of course it does.
Run, Sam, run!
I'm not gonna run. I've got like 800 grenades. I'm gonna fight that thing. Chucking grenades at that. Wait a minute. Where's my... Oh my god. I left all my stuff. Okay, well, this could be really bad. I literally have no items right now. Okay, this could be bad news. I may be in a lot of trouble here, guys. I don't know. You can't really run away from it. It's just teleport. Oh! He got away. He gave up. I didn't even run that far.
You're out of the BT area.
Okay. I'm not mad about it, but that was some weak-ass shit. Okay. I need a vehicle. I need a vehicle. I think that's where I want to get. Come on. Oh shit, I lost my boots too when I teleported. And now these boots are destroyed. Oh god. This is bad. Okay. I guess we're just gonna run as fast as we can. Trying to get over there. Although this is gonna take a while. Actually, it's not that far away. Great. Buffalo, buffalo, buffalo. Buffalo, buffalo, buffalo. Grammatically correct. Who else knew that one? So Denver's kickers missed 3 field goals today.
Nice. Does that mean Russ isn't gonna let him fuck his wife?
You would hope so, but it may not be his say. Who knows?
I'm not gonna freak about it.
Alright, Mama. Hope you're in for a... I hope you like bumpy rides.
Like literally, Momo, if you just fucking land that shit, that's all you gotta do. Just land it. All you have to do is land your... God. This fucking guy.
You there, Sam? The hospital I was staying at was crushed by a bridge. Still have nightmares about it. Still hear the crack before it all came tumbling down. I've been scared to death of bridges ever since. And yeah. I don't know how that must sound considering our employer.
Oh, no! No! Oh, my God! Oh, Mama's on the loose. I'm gonna drown her. I'm drowning Mama.
Nice. That's what it's about, dog.
Okay, well, that was not what I wanted to do.
Kill that bitch.
Okay, you know what? I'm just gonna let her go, like, die or whatever. Oh, wait. No, never mind.
That's an excellent choice. Like or not?
God damn it. That sucks.
You know what? That isn't just based. It's also red-pilled.
Sam. I'm scared of the dark, too. Don't sleep anymore. Can't.
Very much doubt that, Mama. We all have to sleep at least a little bit. Oh, God! No! Man, I am screwing this order up. See you later, Mama. Oh! Dude! Oh my God, her back is broken. Look at her! Look at her! She broke her back Batman style. Wow, she's a trooper. She's actually okay. Yeah, that was funny as hell.
Where's Sid? There it is. Like, eventually someone at some point will have to commit to something. And it'll be fine. Dual fucking set right there, goddamn.
Hey Herman, how you doing? I'm doing pretty good tonight, Herman. No issues. Okay. So we're just gonna keep going this way and then loop around.
You there, Sam? The hospital I was staying at was crushed by a bridge. Still have nightmares about it. Still hear the crack. Still hear the crack before it all comes down. I've been scared to death of bridges ever since. And yeah. I know how that must sound considering I'm an employer. I'm scared of the dark too. Don't sleep anymore. Can't.
George isn't blind. You're the blind one. So obviously Socrates was pretty jacked, but I wonder how jacked. Was he like a legit bodybuilder, or was he just in good shape?
Well, like I mentioned in the Discord, Socrates and Plato both believe that if you didn't have the ability to physically dominate your opponent, and even if you were capable of mentally dominating them, it wouldn't matter. Because to actually win an argument, you had to back yourself up mentally and physically. So given that, in addition to the fact that back then the Greek city-states had citizen service was compulsory kind of thing, you know, the men had to defend their society and all this. So Socrates and Plato were both war veterans, and they enjoyed wrestling in the original Greco Olympic style, because that was how they dominated physically, and it got them into excellent shape for that. I don't really think there was weightlifting as we know it now, in that same sense, but why would you alter? Whatever. And this is free because all the rest are accounted for.
Herman, that is the person I'm carrying on my back in the game right now, Mama. Okay, I think I can pull this off, but it's going to be tight. If I run out of batteries when I'm up here, that would be really bad. Oh, by the way, Snacks, I have some good news. As it turns out, the Arby's that is close to me is not closing down.
Oh, that's good.
It's redoing the interior, so you can't go inside.
Oh, renovations.
Yeah.
I don't know why, but a lot of fast food places are doing that right now. Every McDonald's in my city recently renovated within the last month.
They're making way for...
I don't know why. I guess that, unironically, that's the only thing I can guess it actually is. Nothing else makes sense.
I can't wait for robot employees because I'm sick of the incompetent human ones.
Seriously.
Arby's is, I like Arby's a lot, Santi. Granted, it used to be better when they had the potato cakes, but it's still got some good stuff that you can't really get anywhere else. Like, other fast food places don't have mozzarella sticks.
Which is really a shame. Because they're so fucking good, man. They're so fucking good.
Dairy Queen food sucks, Santi. I mean, I don't think anybody likes Dairy Queen food. It's just, you go there and tolerate it to get dessert sometimes, but it's not, you're not getting it for the food.
Hey, Sam. Do you remember your own birth? Me. I remember being inside the womb.
What the fuck, lady?
I wasn't alone.
Wow, this woman is crazy.
I could hear my mother's heart.
They tend to be.
Hers.
She's talking about how she can remember when she was inside her mother's womb.
They were conjoined twins.
Yeah, batshit insane. But it'll make sense a little bit more than it does right now as it goes on. Hell, just let me ask Chad real quick. Does anyone here care if I spoil something? It's pretty major. Because I'll ask them first, then I'll ask Joker, who I don't think cares, but I'd still ask you anyway.
We knew each other.
I just don't want to ruin Chat's good time if they're actually, if they care, you know. I'd feel bad.
Her pain was my pain. I knew the distance was too great for us to overcome. Some might call it a kind of telepathy.
Santi's already beaten it. He's the only one who said anything.
Oh my god.
Divine and spirit. Yet each, just for us. One we share.
Oh, this is awesome. I'm out of batteries, but I can still roll down.
Okay, well then the huge life-shattering thing, because you're like, oh, she's insane because she says she can remember when she was in her mother's womb. The memories that BB has of Mads Mikkelsen is actually Sam's memories from when he was a bridge baby.
After I signed up with Bridges.
So Sam can remember that shit too.
I saw it all laid out before me after.
All clear.
Sam,
Welcome to Sandport Bridges.
I'm loyal now.
Oh my god, wait, where the hell is everybody?
Battery low. Please charge vehicle.
Deliver Mama.
So yeah, if Sam's capable of remembering his memories when he was a fetus, then if she's like, I can remember being in my mother's womb, then just imagine that in this batshit insane universe that Kojima made, that's actually something that can happen.
Lincoln, no.
It's like pretty much that's the only thing you can do is just accept the random shit as actually real instead of just being nonsense, because Kojima's insane. I don't know what the fuck his problem is. There's really nothing else I can say about it.
I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I love you so much.
I mean, I know Metal Gear Solid is insane too, but I feel like it's coherent and does make sense if you're willing to put the work into understanding it. I think there's a decent chunk of this game that will just never make sense.
Couldn't. You don't understand.
That's true. I agree with that. And I also believe that there's a decent chunk of the game that's not supposed to make sense. Because Kojima is one of the artistic types where he thinks that if something is difficult for people to understand, then that means it was sufficiently artsy enough.
Yeah.
Whereas I'm one of the people who likes the saying that a true sign of intelligence is not being able to explain something simple in a complex fashion, but to explain something complex in a simple fashion.
There are a lot of filmmakers who subscribe to that theory, like...
No. Make the world whole. Okay?
Filmmakers say things like, whenever I hear somebody say that they think they completely understood my film, I feel like I failed.
Yeah, and that's, again, like, especially because you said filmmakers, like Kojima especially is a fucking dude who gets high off the smell of his own farts and thinks that he's super amazing and all this shit. He wants to make movies, he doesn't want to make video games. So that's what he tried to do with Metal Gear 5, why he replaced David Hayter with Kiefer Sutherland, because Kiefer's an actual successful actor, and why Death Stranding ended up being the game that it was exactly because of that nonsense, you know? Alright, cool.
Alright, we completed the Mama episode. Mama.
So...
All that she went through, I had no idea. I thought she'd severed our bond on purpose, that she'd stole our child and ran. I fixed your Cupid like she asked. Limiter should be functioning properly now. There is one thing.
So, Snacks, do you recommend I watch the
Before I sat
Ahsoka
down to work,
TV show?
I took a long, hard look at the code. I'm pretty sure someone's tweaked it. Either that
Did you
or
watch the YouTube video that I sent you where AI Obi-Wan talks to Luke about Ahsoka? Fuck, I haven't sent that shit to Sandy. Hold on, I gotta send it to Sandy. I know he's gonna love this. Sandy's still in the chat, right?
So?
Because of it, I was finally reunited.
Sandy, if you're in the chat, sound off so the Joker can tell me you're still here.
Could be we found our culprit already. She died beneath the rubble, with our child still inside her. Her Ka passed over to the other side, but her Ha remained, bound to our dead daughter. She knew all of this, of course. That's why she kept one cuff loose. Didn't want anyone seeing her vitals.
So she's been dead this whole time?
Shame
What?
she couldn't use her favorite invention. She did all that to keep me in her.
Oh yeah, are they explaining that the lady's actually Satan or whatever?
No, I'm pretty confused. She died, but she didn't die. So, I don't know, man.
Nothing about this game makes any sense to me, bro. This whole fucking shit show's a catastrophe.
I guess she started dying when I cut her ghost umbilical cord. I don't know. Man,
Yes.
Sam sees a lot of pretty horrific shit, and he's completely unaffected by all of it.
Well, once you realize that Mads Mikkelsen was your dad, it all makes sense. He was trauma-mamatized.
And Bobaline? Bobaline?
A fine piece of jailbait from a more civilized age. She was constantly captured by pirates and slavers every other day. It was like a non-stop porno. We told her there were no panties in space, and she always wore miniskirts, so you'd always see her orange pussy every time she'd fight and flip around. Jesus Christ. Anyway, so yeah, the food that I got is definitely a chain, and there are many locations nationwide, not just here in California, but all over the country in many different states. However, California definitely has the most locations, Texas with the second most. Maybe you've heard of this place, Dave's Hot Chicken.
I have not.
It was pretty good. I will say this, it's overpriced as hell because I spent $15 to get 2 chicken tenders and an order of fries. $15, exactly, $15, it's outrageous. But, I will admit, it was very good.
Together we might just make it all. Now then, Sam, there's something else you ought to know.
I'm a woman, Sam.
So if any of you have the ability to get any of that shit discounted, I would highly recommend it. If you can't get it discounted, don't waste that much fucking money on this sack of shit. Murder at midnight.
Battlefield over 100 years ago. World War I, to be precise. It wasn't a dream. It wasn't a hallucination.
Wait, so this game takes place in like 2018? So it's taking place in the very recent past, and it's saying the Death Stranding occurred. Okay, I mean, it doesn't really matter, I guess.
Never heard of a beach turned into a battlefield.
Meme-tacular. But yeah, you're all caught up.
Perhaps Hartman can offer a more rational explanation. Beaches are his specialty. Unfortunately, he's still outside the chiral network. Anyway, get some rest. No use dwelling on questions we can't answer yet.
Next time you should order from Adolph's Pizzas.
Your work is greatly.
I would if I could. Some things are just too based to pass up.
EX grenade number 1.
Okay. Let's take a shower. You know, I don't really have that much interest in going back and looking at some of the expanded universe stuff because it's just been too long. I would say I think it would be pretty cool, you know, Star Wars material during the Clone Wars when Obi-Wan and Anakin are actually best friends. And, like, executed well, not like in fucking Attack of the Clones where they act like they don't respect each other at all. I mean, actually, like, working together as a good team. Like, that would be pretty cool if somebody could do stories like that well, but it's just sucks we got what we got.
Yeah. What I would like for them to do is to fix this horrifying nightmare that they've unleashed upon us.
How do you mean that?
Say that everything that isn't episode 4 is no longer canon. There was only one Star Wars movie. The end.
And we just never found out if the Empire was defeated or not.
Here, any movie that doesn't have Lando in it is not canon.
That's kind of what that Clone Wars cartoon is. I've heard that's good. Admittedly. I don't know. I don't want to watch a fucking cartoon, though. Oh, wait a minute. Where the hell's my baby? What the hell? Somebody stole my baby.
Ooh, looking for this? Surprise. Fragile warped me here. I finally got to visit the beach. Well, her beach. Don't worry. I didn't come all this way for the sightseeing. Your beloved BB has a serious issue.
Bum, bum, bum!
You may recall me explaining that these incubators connect BBs via the chiral network to their still mothers back at HQ. Bridge babies are quite literally bridges between this world and the other side. Their place is not here with us, nor with the BTs over there. They belong precisely in between, with no greater affinity for one world or the other. But BB-28 here
I wonder what Del Toro thought about
towards
the plot of this game.
Living.
Having to deliver these lines. I can't imagine he had a great time with it.
That's because we're partners.
Partners.
Then again, he's done some pretty
Sam,
crazy stuff himself.
BB's a tool, not a human being. Bridge, yes. Baby, no.
So tell me what the problem is.
This tool, this weapon, is transforming into a living being. It's gaining weight. Its brain activity is increasing. It's accumulating memories. BB-28 is becoming self-aware, becoming an actual child.
Doesn't sound like a problem to me.
It's hardware, Sam. Manufactured for a purpose. A purpose that cannot fulfill outside the pod. There is a 70% risk of catastrophic failure simply in removing it. Which hardly matters because at this point, it'll cease functioning within a couple of days.
Cease functioning?
That's right. Not even the pod will be enough. It'll be bricked.
What do we do?
We reset it. You'll have to leave it with me, of course. I'll cut the cord that links the two of you and then perform an operation that reconnects it to the other side. Think of it as a little tug to correct its alignment. To put it back where it belongs, right between the world of the living and the dead. But like I said, you'll have to be without it for a while.
You're sure this'll work?
Of course. One catch, though. The surgery may erase its memories.
Erase? You'll forget me?
Relax. The BB will still function as intended. You just have to trust me. Come on. I'm telling you, it's like a game. Just select retry and start again.
Oh.
And this is why I hate these things. Sam, I was already filthy from my trip through the beach, but now your BB has added insult to injury.
Wait a minute. I can go take a shower? I'm gonna go take a shower with Fat Man. Dead Man, or whatever the fuck his name is.
Erotic.
What?
Shh.
Okay. I thought that was going in
Here.
I thought that was going in a different
It's just
direction.
you and me. No audio records of what we say. No video for lip reading analysis. Get closer. Die Hardman cannot know of this. Understood? I've been doing some digging into the first BB experiments. Officially, they were suspended by the government following a void out which claimed the life of the then acting president. Documents were shredded. BB technology banned, yes? But obviously, the experiments continued in secret, on the direct orders of President Strand.
Bridget?
The BBs were
You're too
essential
fat,
to
dude.
solving the mystery of the Death Stranding. Oh, she had big plans for them. They weren't designed just to be BT detectors. She wanted to incorporate them into the Chiral network. But none of her plans ever came to fruition. And now BB Tech has fallen into terrorist hands.
What's Die Hardman's part in this?
I'm afraid to find out. I don't know how long he was working for Strand. I don't even know his real name or his face. I thought you might, since you two go further back.
He was already wearing the mask when I met him. Something about burning his face.
Right. Sorry. Any data we have from back then is classified at the highest level. As far as I know, the director is the only one with clearance. But the Chiral network presents a new opportunity. By compiling fragmented data in the public domain from all across the country, I might be able to piece together a little more of the puzzle. Be careful, Sam. They're watching.
Okay, I'm sure nobody will have
Well,
any
Sam,
questions
You're a good sport. I'll give you that.
why we were just in the shower fully clothed for the last several minutes.
Still, it's a fine way to get out of doing the laundry.
Just fix BB, all right?
Oh no, you'll be doing the fixing. I'd never manage without your help. Check the delivery terminal upstairs for the details. When you're ready, of course.
Okay. Alright guys, I'm going to step away for a few minutes. I will be right back, and we will continue on for another hour. Okay, I am back, everybody. Welcome back. Alright, what you got for me, huh?
That man tells me your BB isn't performing to spec.
Superintendent.
We'll have to put your primary mission on hold until we restore its functionality. It's our only...
Why is there steam coming out of your oven, Seymour?
You're gonna have to deal with more BTs.
Why is there semen coming out of your dick, Seymour?
Case in point, Emily's informed us
But, oh, that doesn't come. It's my poop.
massive region crawl.
I pooped in the hand
BTs that Higgs supposedly summoned. As much as we want you to get her out as soon as possible, you'll have a snowball's chance in hell without your BB. So your first priority is to help Deadman restore its working order. And since he's on site, maybe the two of you can discuss it in person.
Sam, I'm a little busy at the moment, so I hope you don't mind if we stick to Hull. First, I need you to link up with new preppers in the area so we can increase local chiral density. That's to bolster the connection between BB-28 and its stillmother. Then, as I explained earlier, we need to correct your BB's alignment. To facilitate that process, we need to quite literally put some distance between you two. Keep it here while we send you out. If everything goes to plan, your BB should resume normal function.
Fortunately, this plan advances our other objectives. We want to integrate this region into the chiral network anyway. So build relationships with the preppers by making deliveries and convince them to come on board. It's not easy to make a home for yourself in those mountains. Even so, plenty of people had a mind to try. You'll find shelters scattered throughout. We've got a whole list of orders from them waiting to be processed. Remember, though, that you're dealing with folks who chose to live out there. Folks who probably value their privacy. Don't think for a second it'll be easy to win them over. You'll have to earn their trust, bit by bit, job by job. Another thing, Sam. You'll be making runs without a BB for a spell. That will vastly diminish your ability to detect BTs. So keep your eyes and ears open for anything out of the ordinary. And stay the hell out of the rain if you can help it.
The boss fights are alright, JS, but you just chuck grenades at them. So even that's not anything over the top, but mostly it's just a chill game. Yeah, David, a few people were tweeting about the Irvin thing. About how maybe it's because they don't want to use Felix on Felix Night in another stadium. So they want to make sure there's no save to there's no save opportunity. Okay.
We've added a cargo catapult up. Now, in case the name didn't give it away,
Okay. My ding-a-ling, my ding-a-ling. I want you to play with my ding-a-ling.
I just realized. You know in Pokemon, little fire blast thing that they had in the cartoon?
Yeah.
I always thought that was like some sort of weird stick figure thing. I was like, what the hell is that? And I was just watching a friggin' video clip. And I'm looking at it now and I'm like, wait a minute. That looks like kanji. So then I Googled it. And apparently that is the kanji symbol for big. So if you're a Japanese person, you're watching the anime, Charizard just shoots out the word big out of his mouth and it's fire.
I wonder what the explanation is for that.
Just that anime is ridiculous.
It is. But sometimes that can be a good thing.
Well, yeah, but I mean, just remember again for the context is that when you leave to become a Pokemon trainer, you're 10 years old.
Right.
10 years old, and you're just cast out into the wilderness with dangerous animals to fight to the death for blood sport for money. Because in the original manga, the animals actually did fight to the death.
Have a pleasant journey. Safe travels.
They should bring that back for the next Pokemon game. Could you imagine? It would be like Fire Emblem.
Well, people who do Nuzlocke runs kind of honor the spirit.
Sam?
Where if their Pokemon faints, they release it, or store it in the box forever if they didn't want to release it.
Calling you via a Bridges
Either way.
dedicated line.
That's pretty cool.
I've been asked to carry on in my sister's place.
It's just one of those things to make the game more challenging, because I mean, think about it. Imagine the typical frustrating scenario that many of Pokemon trainers run into over the years, where you'll be in a battle, and then all of a sudden you'll get confused. You'll hurt yourself in confusion at a really bad time, and then you get hit by a bullshit crit out of nowhere, and then suddenly you just...
You helped us.
Yeah.
Now that's annoying, but think about it in terms of if every time that happened, that Pokemon that happened to is just dead. And that means that the game becomes a lot more challenging, and the whole reason they do that is to... Now you have to actually try and use a lot of different things that they put into the game for the sake of, having it be a more in-depth challenge, but was never needed because of the simplicity of the game's design. It's designed for children. So it's something that it's like, imagine if you had a backyard swimming pool that was really shallow at one end, but then at the other it was so deep that you'd store a fucking whale in there. It's got a great depth and richness, but why would you need to access that so much of the time when you can just
all the fake
wait around and...
back in the day on Pokemon games?
Oh God!
You can go to St. Anne and go underneath a truck to find a meal.
Yeah, I spent so many hours trying to make that fucking truck move. Back when the internet was in its infancy and almost everything that was on it was complete bullshit.
You know what was a really good game for that was Pokemon Snap. I don't know if you ever played that one.
Nah, I didn't have an N64.
But that was like, people would make up stuff like, hey, if you throw 18 apples at this Electabuzz and then play your Poke Flute, you'll get like the melanin, heavy melanin Electabuzz will show up. And it's like an Electabuzz, but it's black or something. Just the most random, nonsensical bullshit of saying if you do this really obscure thing that no one would ever do, you get this.
They accidentally discovered shinies.
Basically.
Oh man, that'd be funny. See, now I'm curious and I gotta Google that. What the hell was the point of that truck near the SSN? The infamous truck. The N in red, blue, and yellow, only accessible if you get cut without leaving the SSN, and then return when you have the Surf HM and the Fuchsia City gym badge, and this little Easter egg subsequently fueled massive rumors about having Mew hiding under it, which could somehow be uncovered if you used strength. Nothing to these rumors, and the truck couldn't be moved, but in fire red and leaf green, the pier with the truck also has a hidden lava cookie, likely a subtle reference to the rumors of secrets hiding on the snow.
We need to get them out of there.
It was just a thing for design. Shucks.
You think the guys who made Conker's Bad Fur Day are in hell? I've never played Conker's Bad Fur Day.
Nice and easy.
It was a raunchy game, but you need to remember it was raunchy for the 90s.
Yeah.
So it's pretty goddamn tame compared to what you would see on children's programming nowadays. Unironically.
I've played very little N64 in my life. Like, I've beaten 5 different N64 games, and one of them is Kobe Bryant in NBA Courtside. I played even less games.
Yeah, like... Now, I did have a GameCube, but I didn't have an N64, I had a PlayStation. I didn't get a PS2, but I got a GameCube. I really enjoyed the GameCube. I think that system had a lot of potential, but unfortunately, and I don't mean this from the business perspective, because Nintendo was 100% the winners for multiple generations of consoles in a row with their business strategy, which was to capture the young and casual audiences. And they made a shitload of money doing that. That was the right move. However, for hardcore gaming, the GameCube was a really excellent system. And it speaks to how amazing it was when you consider that the original Resident Evil 4 still, after so many years, looked better than the shitzillion fucking ports that the game had to even just the previous generation of consoles. It wasn't until, obviously, they remade Resident Evil 4 this past year that changed. So, definitely an extraordinary fucking thing there. But, obviously didn't have the reputation for that because Nintendo just has a reputation of being the games for kids company.
Well, they definitely did a lot to perpetuate that with the Switch, because that thing has the graphics of like a high-end PS2. So that's what happens.
Right. And yeah, and then they did that to make money. Because see, that's the thing with the GameCube, is that they went all out on its hardware to really make it competitive with the PS2 and the Xbox. And it was really fucking up there in terms of that hardware's capabilities. That's why I brought up the way that Resident Evil 4 looked. It was a really excellent system. That was the last time that Nintendo really put in that level of effort in terms of the hardware. when they came back, because they lost their ass on the GameCube. The GameCube did not do well, and it was because they had that reputation of that's the games for kids and casuals. So they were like, what we're doing is this is the equivalent to training up to be a world-class bodybuilder, powerlifter kind of guy, so that you can pass the high school president's fitness exam. Like it's fucking not even close, man. Like you're really overdoing it. So they came back with the Wii, and they had an innovative new design, and they did the same thing with the Switch, where they said, now, because we've got this amazing gimmick that changes the way that you play games, and it's going to be fun for people to play casually, we're not going to have to work as hard in terms of the hardware that's available. So yeah, even though the Switch should, by all rights, they should have fucking done their best to compete with what the other systems are capable of, they still didn't. Which leads to what you're talking about, but no one can deny that they've made a ton of money.
No. I mean, there was also the Wii U slipped in there. That was kind of different. That was a mess.
Yeah, they fucked on that one too. But you can see in terms of what happened later with the Switch, that was basically like they were trying to bridge the gap.
Yeah.
It took them a minute, but they got there. And you know, it's kind of crazy to think about, because like Microsoft is making plenty of money because they have the Game Pass. But in terms of people buying the system for the games that come out for the Series X, it's not there yet. There just hasn't been enough good development yet. But the PS5, man, Sony's lost big time compared to the Switch and the Series X in terms of actually being able to compete financially with what they've managed to do. See, I think the Switch is definitely the king, the same way the Wii was during its day. So again, from business perspective, you can't blame Nintendo for what they decided to do, but man, what a disappointment, because if they kept pushing the envelope the way that they had, you know, I really feel that if they had eventually continued with the geometric designs of game consoles, you know, they had the GameCube, and then they were going to come out with the Game Sphere. By now, we'd have the Game Pyramid. That would be truly the console for Kangs.
Yes, the PS5s are selling fairly well, but they're not catching on to the degree that you might have expected, given how hyped it was. I mean, the PS2 sold 158 million units. The PS4 sold 100 million units. By now, it's probably like 105. It doesn't seem like the PS5 is going to get anywhere close to that. Even the PS3 ended up in a good spot. Like, by the end of the PS3's life cycle, it actually sold as much as the 360 did. And it was working from well behind for quite a while there. So...
I mean, to be fair, it had Ridge Racer.
I mean, it's not losing to the Xbox necessarily, but it's not doing that well. You know, you can't use that as your measuring stick necessarily.
Well, what I meant with what I said is in terms of bringing home the returns. Sony hasn't seen that to the level Nintendo and Microsoft have.
And I believe
it's not...
I think it's still the case that these companies lose money on consoles and plan to make it back on games. If that's still the case, then it's not just the consoles, it's the games that get moved.
Yeah. And that's why Microsoft, like, you can see what they did. They completely switched their business strategy around. They don't care about making games anymore. They just care about buying up studios. For instance, as Baldur's Gate 3 is getting all this critical acclaim right now, literally within a week after the game was released, Microsoft officially approached Larian Studios and asked to purchase them so that they could put Baldur's Gate 3 on Game Pass. Like, Microsoft is basically doing the Disney thing right now, except the they're doing the Disney thing much better than Disney did, because Disney buys a property and then they decide, okay, now we're going to do this the Disney way, instead of just saying, okay, now we're just going to reap all the financial benefits of you continuing to make shit.
You know the weird thing that Nintendo did that never made any sense to me with the GameCube? They used mini discs instead of normal discs, so that way the GameCube had no chance of ever being a DVD player. Like, that actually mattered somewhat back then. I wonder why they did that.
Oh, I can tell you exactly why they did that, because back then, a lot of different companies were still very concerned about disc piracy. So initially, when they were first beginning designs on all this, various companies were thinking about how they were going to handle that kind of thing to try to create their own individual size and whatever discs that they'd be using. And they went with the mini disc design because they were thinking, yeah, well, you know, this will make it easier for storage purposes and blah blah blah. So it'll be easier for stores, retailers to carry more of our games because they take up less space. But then, as the development of such continued, both Microsoft and Sony both were thinking, wait a minute, why don't we just adopt the industry standard DVD player and put our games on DVDs, because then people could watch movies on our system and listen to CDs on our system and all this, which then turns us from being a video game console into a multimedia device, which incentivizes people to get our system because it has the ability to do more. But Nintendo by then had already... they'd gone too far in terms of it was past a point of no return.
I do know they screwed themselves by using cartridges on the N64. That ended up alienating a lot of developers. But that N64 cartridge design is pretty iconic.
Yeah, it enabled a lot of a lot of millennials who are on the younger end of the generational
Excellent. Everything appears to be in perfect condition.
catch. Still got the chance to grow up blowing air into the cartridge. In case they missed the boat on the Super Nintendo.
Apparently, that doesn't actually do anything good.
Oh no, it's quite bad.
Yeah, I've read
No,
before
it's
that you're just accelerating the damage.
Yeah. Because I mean, in one way, it's a good thing if the reason it's fucked up is because of actual debris in there. But you know, you'd want to use compressed air for the same reason that you don't want to just use your mouth to blow air through your computer parts. You fuck up the cartridge because as you're blowing air out of your mouth, you're blowing spit all over it. Let's see here. Yeah. Yeah, I just did a quick Google search and exactly what I said was correct. I remembered it right from the first time I read about this. It was an anti-piracy measure because back then game console developers were extremely concerned about piracy, people making illegal copies of games and so on. So Nintendo decided to do that with the GameCube to make it harder to pirate the games. But while they were doing that, Sony and Microsoft were like, fuck it, you know, if people do that, it sucks, obviously, but, you know, multimedia, blah, blah, blah. So that right there fucked them over.
I mean, I assume it's something you're willing to live with. It's like when you make a movie. You know some people are going to pirate it, and you can either throw a fit about it and do a bunch of stuff that won't do anything to fix the problem, or you can just say, oh, well, we'll still make money.
Save lives. And, as you know, every life that's saved is one fewer BT to do.
One thing that's interesting, though, is that the mini-disc design actually read a lot faster than DVDs did. So the GameCube didn't have loading time issues the same way that the PS2 and Xbox did.
Nice job.
And that's really easy to see when you compare multi-platform games, when you compare the GameCube version to the PS2 and Xbox versions. Because, I mean, obviously there are still loading times because you're talking about a game console that's now 20 plus years old. However, it's analogous to an HD, a hard drive versus an SSD nowadays. Very substantial difference.
Yeah, you know, I don't know if you were aware of this, but Pikmin 4 came out the other day.
Nice. I really would like it if I could get a Switch at some point. There's too many games I loved playing that are Nintendo branded that I just don't want to not be able to play them.
Yeah, I have a Switch,
Life's
so
too
I'm
short.
probably going to get a lot of those games that I didn't play when I was younger. Like, I definitely need to play Metroid Prime, because that's not a game I played when I was younger. And they did the remaster recently.
Right. Be prepared for the controls to feel a little wonky, because again, that's a 20-year-old game.
Yeah.
So, yes, it's an FPS, and it's a very iconic game, a momentous occasion in video game history, but it really doesn't play all that well.
Well,
you know?
The remaster fixed the controls. That was one of the main things.
If that's the case, then it should be wonderful. And I can't wait to play that myself, too. Did you ever play Beautiful Joe?
No, that was multi-platform, I remember. That was PS2 and GameCube. I never did play
because it was Capcom, and that was a fun one.
I remember people talking about that one. I remember people saying it was, like, really hard.
Yes, it was. Because it was a Capcom game, and they were paying homage to very challenging side scrollers of the days of yore. So that's what it was. It was very, very fun, cute game, side scrolling adventure, very tough. So since you love games that beat your ass, like the appeal is the difficulty, I'm sure you'd love it. Ow, my groin.
Oh, Eternal Darkness. That's another game that I never played that I wonder if I could go back.
Yeah, Sanity's Requiem.
I heard good things about that one.
Yes. Very, very good game. Because it was the first game to do something like this. So because it was the original to do something like this, it's very impressive. It was the first game, the first horror game, to introduce the idea of your system having a hardware failure as being part of a jump scare experience for you, the player.
Oh, so it's like in Ragnarok when Thor kills you and it's acting like it's a game over. Except instead of a game over, it says your system crashed.
kind of. It's like you have this thing called the sanity meter, and as it goes up, well, not only when you take damage, but also when you encounter more enemies, it increases the odds that you'll have a sanity event. One of the possible sanity events is that you'll get like essentially like a blue screen, but not like a Microsoft blue screen, like, oh, I can tell this is fake. Like the actual error code message that will pop up for a GameCube hardware failure. So you'd sit there and be like, fuck, man, god damn it. And it would last for a minute too. Not literally a minute, but a long enough period of time to where you're like, oh, son of a bitch. But then finally you snap out of it, and when you snap out of it, you're surrounded by enemies. And then you're like, oh shit, dude. Oh shit.
Always heard mixed things about Super Mario Sunshine. I don't know if that's worth playing. But it is a Mario platformer, so it's kind of iconic.
Yes, that's why I think it's worth playing, because like I think that every single Mario game ever made is worth playing, because even if it's a bad one, the legacy of the franchise is important enough that you should still be a part of it. You know what I mean? You should be able to experience it and decide for yourself whether or not you think it was actually a bad game. That's just what I think. But I never played Super Mario Sunshine myself, because the GameCube Mario game that I really enjoyed was Luigi's Mansion.
Oh yeah, I've never played that one either. I've heard it was pretty good.
That one was excellent. I can't speak for any of the sequels because I only played the original, but basically Luigi's a Ghostbuster in the Resident Evil Mansion. But if the Resident Evil Mansion was done for kids. It was a lot of fun. It really was, and what's more important is that, you know, you're very scared when the game first starts out, because you're really struggling to handle going up against how strong the enemies are when you don't have any upgrades and you're new to the game. You don't even know how it plays yet. But as you level up and you get better and your stats increase and all that sort of shit, you really do feel like you're actually more capable. Not just because your skills have gotten better, but that Luigi himself is stronger. So it's a nice feeling, you know, because then when you get in the late game, the stuff that used to scare you no longer does. Because you know you can handle it. It's a good feeling.
Again, I mean, I feel like, with me being 33 now, I'm kind of past the point where a video game is going to scare me, unless it's like Doki Doki Literature Club. So, I don't know how that would work with me today, but it would be interesting.
Well, yeah, I mean, I don't think if I played Luigi's Mansion now, I would feel the same way I did when I was 11. But I was just trying to recapture the moment that I felt when I was a kid, back before all my cats died.
Oh yeah, they made an F-Zero game for the GameCube. I played the one on Super Nintendo, but not any of the others.
I got about that one too. It was funny because, like a lot of my friend group at the time, and again, this is when we're 10, 11, 12, they had GameCubes. So naturally, we're all playing Smash. So when that F-Zero game came out, we're like, oh wow, Captain Falcon's in this game.
It makes you think of the story Moist was telling about how because his first console was the N64, he was telling stories about him playing the N64. And he was like, I remember when my mom got me Smash 64, Super Smash Brothers 64. And he said, for some reason, I thought Machoke was one of the fighters in the game. I don't know why, but I was convinced he had to be in the game, and he's not. But I don't know why. I just thought there was some crossover there. Although I guess there was two Pokemon in Smash 64. Now that I think about
One
it.
thing, yeah, Jigglypuff and
Pikachu.
Yeah, Pikachu and Jigglypuff Rogies definitely.
Yeah.
There's one thing I really love about Moist is that he's actually willing to talk about the times that he's done insanely retarded shit in his life. Like the kind of cringe stuff that none of us would want to talk about, because like of course we're embarrassed about that shit, dude. Why would I want to tell people about the dumb shit I've done in my life? But he's willing to be open and upfront about that kind of thing. I really respect and admire that.
Did you ever see the video where he told the story about the time he was in a Hunger Games movie as an extra?
No. The most famous example I can think of him telling a cringe story is when he talked about protecting his virginity.
Just like BB-28 is.
That's pretty good.
Sam.
Because, like, I would never tell anyone that story. Are you kidding me?
Check the terminal in Mountain Knot City for the details.
Basically, the short version of the story was he was one of the extras in a scene in the third Hunger Games movie, and he realized pretty early that where he was, in relative to where the camera was, there was no way anybody was going to be able to see him. Like, it wasn't a meaningful cameo at all. So he kept trying to do, like, little things to basically photobomb the camera during takes, so he could get on the... actually get in the movie in a way that you could actually see. And then eventually they realized what he was doing and they told him to knock it off.
That's pretty good.
Deploying autonomous delivery bot.
Not that being nonpartisan is really something that I value, especially now. But I have to say, Moist's ability to make internet content for this long, like several videos a day, and never really get political is actually pretty amazing. I don't know how he does it.
Like I said, I really admire the guy. He does a lot of things I don't think I'd be able to.
Oh, that should be a big...
And I think it takes a lot of courage. But that's just me.
I guess when you have 11 million subs, it's easier to be courageous.
Yeah, I mean, I'll definitely agree with you there. That he's really in a position where he can write his own ticket, so to speak. He doesn't need to worry about the same kinds of issues that other people do. But still, you know, he puts that at risk all the time. It's about to sound like Shaka if you just get in there and fucking right-click him, dude. Come on.
Are you playing League of Legends or something?
Yes, yes I am, as a matter of fact.
Why?
Because it's fun, that's why.
I don't believe you.
Weapons restrictions lifted. Beginning scan. Weapons restriction. Beginning scan. Weapons restriction.
Well, this sucks.
Weapons restriction. Beginning scan. Weapons restriction.
Wow, what's up?
Well, my bike is out of batteries, but I'm at a base, so I can still drive around, because when you're inside the base, you don't use batteries. But the generator is up a slight hill just outside the base. So I try to get to it, I immediately run out of battery, so I roll back down into the base, get my battery back, try to go up, and it's just an infinite loop of going up and down like 3 feet.
Yeah.
That is a tragedy.
Yeah, I can imagine. Get the fucking guy that has almost no health. Are you retarded?
weapons restrictions lifted.
Socrates' wife was known as the most foul-mouthed, ill-tempered, aggressive, abrasive woman in all
Tsundere.
ages.
Oh,
That was such a good meme.
yes. Yes, it was. Serious?
Yeah, JS, I liked Phasmophobia too, but I didn't play it as much as I wanted to because I couldn't get the mic to work.
If you want to make a return to it, we can. They changed the game a lot since the last time we played.
I'm not against it. That's for sure. So you have work tomorrow, correct?
Yeah.
Alright, so if I stream, it's going to be more during the day. So I don't know if he'll be around or not, but there won't be a evening stream in all likelihood anyway. Just so you know.
Yeah.
Oh, shit.
Fucking goddamn it, dude.
Oh, shit! I don't know why I thought that was a good idea. It was not. That was a really dumb thing I just did. Okay, let's see here. I need a vehicle. Alright, that'll have to do. God, other Death Stranding players must hate me. I take everything and I never leave anything for other people.
Well, lots of people do that, so don't worry about it. Like, keep in mind, sometimes you just automatically leave stuff, even without you having intentionally done it or not. It's just part of how the game's designed.
Bro. Going to the fucking cupcake factory? So am I. I'm gonna go with you. Alright, this is gonna be like that scene in Mission Impossible 4. I am beating the unholy crap out of this thing. Okay. Well, that truck served its purpose. Thank you.
Beginning scan. Scanning Bridges ID. Verifying ID.
Time, Sam. I'm not going anywhere.
All weapons will be locked.
Alright.
No major damage.
I'm surprised there's no major damage, to be honest. The shit I just did. How much money do you think the UPS drivers who go door to door make a year? If
If they're still members of the union, I would say somewhere along the lines of over 70,000, but I don't think. I think more than 90 would be pushing it. If I had to guess.
Not bad.
Yeah.
Delivery terminal for further information.
And again, it's all assuming that we've got that they're members of the Teamsters Union. If they're not, then I can't speak to that.
If you get your expenses paid for, like when you're driving that much, you obviously have to rent out motels a lot for, you know, to sleep.
It entirely depends on what kinds of things. Gas, almost certainly they'd be paying for it. If you do have to be quartered up in a motel, hotel kind of thing, they do pay for that. But what they do is that they give you a stipend. So what a lot of guys will do is they'll pocket the stipend and then just live out of their car and eat bologna sandwiches.
I mean, if you're making $170,000 a year, you don't really need to do that.
Well, yeah, and again, that's if you're driving a company truck. If there's a sleeper cab in there, then you can just park along the side of the road and fucking sleep there. You don't need to waste money on the hotel. So if they're still giving you a stipend to get a motel room, then you're just pocketing the money.
And I would feel so unsafe sleeping on the side of the road, but if there's a sleeper cab, I guess you're pretty well hidden.
Yeah, I mean, it's locked, plus, you know...
I think I'd have a hell of a time getting comfortable.
Yeah.
But it's probably an extra few grand a year. All right.
Thanks, cocksucker.
Good morning, Sam. Blood collection complete. Thank you for your generosity.
He's done.
EX grenade number 1.
Jesus Christ.
EX grenade number 0.
All right. Didn't actually mean to shower again. I hit the wrong button. Alright guys, that is going to do it for tonight. It is past 1 o'clock. I got a couple things to do and then I'm going to bed. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Tomorrow, in all likelihood, we'll be starting a new game, Animal Crossing New Horizons. See you guys later. Video in the morning on YouTube. Hope you guys had a good time.